Hare Krishna. So we'll be having the Guru Puja first, and after that, the Darshanarti will be there. So we would like to welcome Mother Srimati to Dallas. Mother Srimati ki jai.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Vando Mui Savadhana Mate. Vando Mui Savadhana Mate. Jahar prasade bhai bhavato riya jai. Jahar prasade bhai bhavato riya jai. Krishna prapti hoy jaha hai te. कृष्ण प्राप्ति होय जहाँ है ते गुरु मुख पद्मवाक्य चित्ते ते कोरिया क्या गुरुमुख पद्मवाक्य चित्ते ते कोरिया क्या आर न कोरी हो मने आशा आरन कोरी हो मने आशा श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तम गति श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तम गति श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तम गति जय प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा जय प्रसादे पूरे सर्व आशा चक्षुदान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से चक्षुदान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते वेद गाय जहाँ चरितो वेद गाय जहर चरितो श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनार बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनार बंधु लोकेनाथ लोकेर जीवन श्रील प्रभुपाद लोकेर जीवन हा हा प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पद छाया हा हा प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पद छाया हा हा प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पद छाया प्रभु करो दया हा दया हे देजास घुशुक्रि भुवन श्रील प्रभुपाद पतित पवन दुपद लोला शरण प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 श्रील गुरुदेव ISKCON founder Acharya, BBT founder Acharya, His Divine Loving Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Prabhupada नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
हरिबो हरिबो
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kalachanji Radha Kalachanji Radhe Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachanji Radha Kalachanji Radhe. Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Shri Radhe. राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। 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 बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय। बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय। राधा रानी राधा रानी राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। राधा रानी राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय। बोलो बरसाने वाली की बोलो जय जय जय। राधा रानी राधा रानी राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। 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 बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय। बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय। राधा रानी राधा रानी राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। बोलो राधा की जय, महारानी की जय। वृषभानु दुलारी की जय जय जय। वृषभानु दुलारी की जय जय जय। राधा रानी राधा रानी राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय।
राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय। बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय। राधा रानी राधा रानी राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। जय राधे राधे जय 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 जय राधे 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 जय जय 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 राधा काल चंजीर 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 जय जय राधा श्याम सुंदर 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 जय जय राधा नील माधव 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 जय जय राधा गोविंदा 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 जय जय राधा काल चंजीर 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 राधा काल चंजीर राधा काल चंजीर श्री राधा काल चंजी की
Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Enam Kanvanta Maravindanalaya Taksham Bhagavatam Samasitam Buddha Sundarangam Kandar Kato Vidamaniya Vishesha Shobham Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Angani Yasa Sakalem Priya Priti Manti Vasyanti Bhakti Kayanti Jira Naganti Anandani Maya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam
Jai Srimati Radha Rani ki Jai. Shri Radhastami Mahatsava ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji ki Jai.
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhav Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhav Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhav Daite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Damodar Rati Vardhana Veshe. Damodar Rati Vardhana Veshe. Hari Nishkota Vrinda Vipineshe. Hari Nishkota Vrinda Vipineshe. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Vrishabhanudhadi Navashashileke. Vrishabhanudhadi Navashashileke. Lalita Saki Guna Ramita Vishake. Lalita Saki Guna Ramita Vishake. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Karunam Kuru Mai Karuna Bharite. Karunam Karu Mai Karuna Bharite. Sanaka Sanatana Varnita Charite. Sanaka Sanatana Varnita Charite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite. गोकुलतारुणि मण्डलमहिते राधे जय जय माधव दयिते राधे जय जय माधव दयिते राधे जय जय माधव दयिते जय राधा कलचंजी राधा कलचंजी राधे जय राधा कालचंजी राधा कालचंजी राधे जय राधा गोविंद राधा गोविंद राधे जय गौरनिताय 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 जय गौरनिताय जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ जय बालदेव जय सुभद्रा जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Rama Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Rama Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. 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 Radha Ramana Hari Govinda 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 Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala 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 Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna. Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Radhe, oh Radhe
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo 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 Hare Hare. राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। 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 बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय। बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय। बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय। राधा रानी राधा रानी राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। 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 वृषभानु नंदिनी की जय जय जय। वृषभानु नंदिनी की जय जय जय। वृषभानु नंदिनी की जय जय जय। राधा रानी राधा रानी राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। जय राधा कालचंजी राधा कालचंजी राधे। जय राधा कालचंजी राधा कालचंजी राधे। जय राधा कालचंजी राधे राधे। जय राधा कालचंजी राधे राधे। जय राधा कालचंजी राधे राधे। राधे राधे। जय जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद। जय जय प्रभुपाद। जय जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद। जय जय प्रभुपाद। Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo.
Nitai Gaur Premanande, Nitai Gaur Premanande, Nitai Gaur Premanande, Jai 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 Shri Radhe, Jai 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 Shri Radhe. Jai Jai Shri Radhe. Sham. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajikacharya Astotarasta Shri Shrimad. His Divine Grace Srila Bhayacharan Arvindam Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. ISKCON Founder Acharya BBT Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. ISKCON Guru Brinda Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahansa Parivrajikacharya Astotar Sata Shri Shrimad. His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur Prabhupada Ki Jai. Shri 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 Guru Parampara Ki Jai. Shri Sad Goshai Prabhu Ki Jai. Anant Koti Vaishnava Brinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem se kaho Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasa Adi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyamakund Radha Kund Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Brajabhumi Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Shri Mayapur Navadvip Dham Ki Jai. Purushottam Chetra Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai. Shri Gokula Puri Dham Ki Jai. Yamuna Mai Ki Jai. Ganga Mai Ki Jai. Srimati Tulasi Devi Maharani Ki Jai. Srimati Bhakti Devi Maharani Ki Jai. Samaveda Bhakta Brinda Ki Jai. Bolo Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai. Sankirtan Mahajagya Ki Jai. Jugadharma Hare Krishna Maha Mantra Ki Jai. ISKCON Texas Yatra Ki Jai. His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada's Transcendental Books and Prashadam Distribution Ki Jai. Jai, the Holy Appearance Day of Srimati Radha Rani Ki Jai. Shri Radha Astami Mahatsava Ki Jai. Srimati Radha Rani Mahatsava Ki Jai. Shri Radha Astami Maha Mahatsava Ki Jai. Jai, the 50th anniversary of the installation of Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji Ki Jai. Shri 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 Panchatattva Ki Jai. Shri Shri Gaur Nitai Ki Jai. Shri 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 Jagannath Baladeva Subhadra Maharani Ki Jai. Shri Shri Prahlad Nrsingadeva Ki Jai. Shri Shri Chota Radha Govinda Ji Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Govinda Ji Ki Jai. Shri Shri Chota Radha Kalachanji Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji Ki Jai. Shri 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 Radha Kalachanji Dham Ki Jai. Shri 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 Radha Kalachanji Dham Gaura Bhakta Brinda Ki Jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to you, Srila Prabhupada. So Giriraj Maharaj has arrived. Jai Srila Giriraj Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Mother Srimati Prabhu Ki Jai. For those of you who don't know, Mother Srimati Prabhu is sitting at the back. She's just getting up now. She's garlanded. She's the one who actually got Kalachanji for us. So worked very hard. Let's all give her a big, big hand. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. I'd also like to make some announcements while Giriraj Maharaj is getting ready, because today's sponsorship, just want to make sure that we announce the major sponsor that we had. Today is the most auspicious, this is the sponsor himself writing. Today is the most auspicious, Radha Astami, and our Radha Kalachandji's 50th anniversary, and His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj's 52nd sannyas anniversary. Jai. For the pleasure of their Lordship, Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji, Shri Shri Radha Madhava, Panchatattva, Shri Nrsingadev, Jagannath Baladev Subhadra, Sudarshan Chakra, all of the deities in Dallas and Mayapur, Guru Parampara, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, and His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj, other Guru Maharajas, and our Anantakoti Vaishnava Brinda, Sarvajaya Madhava Prabhu, his wife Sadhavi, and daughters Tanu Srivinda, sons Adi Nitai Das and Adi Nimai, and the Bhakti Rickshaw of Irving, and then his companies, they call Fun Divine, and Gupta and Singhania families. And the Gauranga and Tanmay group of companies would like to sponsor all of the flowers for Pushpa Abhisheka. So that's 13,000 roses and all that you will see on the altar today in terms of the flowers being offered by them. And all of the bhoga that will be offered today will be sponsored by all of them. And for all of the Mayapur residents, the residents of Mayapur wanted us to know that they're actually sponsoring everything today in Dallas, which is amazing. I mean, normally it's the other way around. We're the ones who sponsor there. To celebrate Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji's 50th year anniversary in Mayapur too. They're celebrating there too, our 50th anniversary. Jai, Hare Bol. All glories to Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji, Sri Sri Radha Madhava, Sri Radha Kalachandji Dham ki Jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Brinda ki Jai. Our big thanks to Sarvajaya Madhava Prabhu and to His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. It was his idea that Mayapur should celebrate Dallas's 50th anniversary. So we thank him as well. And happy anniversary celebrations and Sri Radha Astami to everybody. Hari Bol. His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj is going to be giving the class now. And Mother Srimati Prabhu will also speak at some point. And then Maharaj will be giving a class tomorrow as well, the Chaitanya Charitamrita class. So please do come tomorrow. That's going to be a nice program. And there again, we'll be talking more about Radha Kalachandji as well. And Mother Srimati Prabhu will be there as well. Today we're hoping also that Mother Govinda Prabhu will be here. Govinda Dasi Prabhu will be here with us as well. So when she joins us, she'll also be speaking. These are the special invited guests that have come in from out of town. Of course, His Holiness the Dwaja Swami Maharaj is with us, and so he'll be speaking as well. Okay, so please do attend those programs. And of course, tomorrow, as you know, there's a huge boat festival program. So there'll be more speaking going on at that time as well. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Jai Shri Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki Jai.
Oh.
Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuddha Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavanscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Harijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitam Cha Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Srila Guru Deva. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Pariprajakacharya Stotra Sitasvi Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai. ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Pariprajakacharya Stotra Sitasvi Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem se kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan ki jai. Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Navadvip Dham ki jai. Jamuna Mai ki jai. Ganga Mai ki jai. Tulsi Devi ki jai. Bhakti Devi ki jai. Samveta Bhakta Brinda ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Shri Radha Kalachandji ki jai. We read from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 2, Chapter 3, Pure Devotional Service, Text 23. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Jivan Chavo Bhagavatangri Renum Na Jatu Martyo Ilabeta Yas Tu Shri Vishnu Padya Manujas Tulasya Swasan Chavo Yas Tu Na Veda Gandam Jivan Chavo Bhagavatangri Renum Najatu Martyo Bilabeta Yastu Shri Vishnupadya Manujastulasya Swasan Chavoyastuna Veda Gandam Jivan Chavo Bhagavatangri Renum Najatu Martyo Bilabeta Yastu Shri Vishnupadya Manujastulasya Swashan Chavoyastuna Veda Gandam Vanchavo Bhagavatangri Renum Najatu Martyo Bilabeta Yastu Vishnupadya Manujastulasya Sasanchavo yastuna veda gandam. Jivanchavo bhagavatangrirenu. Ajatu martyo bilabheta yastu. Vishnupadya manujastulasya. Sasanchavo yastuna veda gandam. Vanchavo bhagavatangrirenum. Ajatu martyo bilabheta yastu. Vishnupadya manujastulasya. Sasanchavo yastuna veda gandam. Vaishnavis, Panchavo bhagavatam virenum. Jatu martyo bilabheta yastu. Vishnupadya manujastulasya. Sasanchavo yastuna veda gandam. Ivanchavo bhagavatam virenum. Jatu martyo bilabheta yastu. Vishnupadya manujastulasya. Sasanchavo yastuna veda gandam. Jivanchavo bhagavatam virenum. Jatu martyo bilabheta yastu. Vishnupadya manujastulasya. Sasanchavo yastuna veda gandam. Jivan, while living. Shava, a dead body. Bhagavatangri renum, the dust of the feet of a pure devotee. Na, never. Jatu, at any time. Martya, mortal. Abhilabheta, particularly received. Ya, a person. To, but. Shri, with opulence. Vishnupadya, of the lotus feet of Vishnu. Manuja, a descendant of Manu, a man or human being. Tulasya, leaves of the Tulsi tree. Shvasan, while breathing. Shava, still a dead body. Ya, who, to, but, Naveda, never experienced, Gandham, the aroma. Translation: a person who has not at any time received the dust of the feet of the Lord's pure devotee upon his head is certainly a dead body. And the person who has never experienced the aroma of the tulsi leaves from the lotus feet of the Lord is also a dead body, although breathing. Please repeat. The person who has not at any time received the dust of the feet of the Lord's pure devotee upon his head is certainly a dead body. And the person who has never experienced the aroma of the tulsi leaves from the lotus feet of the Lord is also a dead body, although breathing. So, my dear devotees, before I read the purport, I'm just going out for a minute. And in the meantime, you can chant Hare Krishna. I'll read the verse translation again and then purport. Translation. The person who has not at any time received the dust of the feet of the Lord's pure devotee upon his head is certainly a dead body. And the person who has never experienced the aroma of the tulsi leaves from the lotus feet of the Lord is also a dead body, although breathing. According to Srila Vishwanath Purport by Srila Prabhupada, according to Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, the breathing dead body is a ghost. How many of you believe in ghosts? When a man dies, he is called dead. But when he again appears in a subtle form, not visible to our present vision, and yet acts, such a dead body is called a ghost. So, of course, the first instruction of the Bhagavad Gita is that we are not the body, but we are the soul within the body, and the soul is eternal. The soul does not die when the body dies. And the soul gets its next body according to its desires and thoughts at the time of death. And yes, one can take birth in a better body or in a worse body, or if one is Krishna conscious, one can go back home, back to Godhead, and get a spiritual body just suitable for serving Krishna, Radha and Krishna. So how does someone get the body of a ghost? Generally, if someone commits suicide, he or she gets the body of a ghost. Because in effect, when one commits suicide, one is saying that one does not want a body anymore. But why would one commit suicide? Generally, because one is very frustrated and disappointed in life, in the fulfillment of one's material desires. So a ghost a ghost has material desires, but does not have a physical body with which to fulfill its desires. So the ghost is very frustrated. There is a movie, I think the movie was called Ghosts. In any case, some devotees thought that the person who wrote the script to the movie must have read Srimad Bhagavatam, because it accurately depicted the life of a ghost. And it so happened that the movie was playing on a flight that I took, and because it was recommended, I did I did watch it. And there's one scene where the ghost is on a railway platform and there's a vending machine. And the ghost wants to smoke a cigarette, but it can't get a cigarette from the vending machine because it's just a ghost. But it was like, banging on the vending machine, like very frustrated. So ghosts have material desires. I mean, generally people commit suicide because they have material desires that are frustrated. They have material desires, but they don't have a physical body through which to fulfill their desires. And thus they try to possess the body of someone else. Sometimes it happens that you can feel a ghost is trying to possess our body. And the remedy or the counteraction is to chant the holy names. So that's one way that a person gets the body of a ghost. Another way is if a person is very attached to his home, like a castle or a mansion. And at the time of death, the person thinks of his home or his mansion or his castle. So there's no such form of life as a house, as a building. So the person will get the body of a ghost and continue to live in that palace. And therefore, there are many castles that are haunted. Sometimes devotees have found properties that they wanted to purchase to use as temples. And the properties were haunted. And because they were haunted, the selling price of the property was less. And Srila Prabhupada said we can buy those properties and do kirtan, and then the ghosts will go away and we'll have a nice facility for a cheap price. So ghosts are always very bad elements, always creating a fearful situation for others. Similarly, the ghost-like non-devotees who have no respect for the pure devotees, nor for the Vishnu deity in the temples, create a fearful situation for the devotees at all times. The Lord never accepts any offering from such impure ghosts. So there's a beautiful verse in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu by Srila Rupa Goswami that says, Bhukti Mukti Spriha Yavat Pisache, that the desires, that someone who has the desire for bhukti, which means material enjoyment, or mukti, which means impersonal liberation, is like a person haunted by a ghost. Because when a person is haunted by a ghost, the ghost will influence the person's mind with desires that are not actually true to the person. So it is not actually the desire of the pure soul to want mukti, material enjoyment, or mukti, impersonal liberation. And therefore, Rupa Goswami says that someone who has those desires is like someone who is haunted by ghost. And sometimes we might be, momentarily influenced by a ghost. Once our god brother Bhavananda Prabhu asked Srila Prabhupada that sometimes he has strange thoughts pass through his mind that are not really his thoughts. They're not true to his character. And is it possible that he could be being influenced by a ghost? And Srila Prabhupada said yes. So the ghost-like non-devotees who have no respect for the pure devotees, nor for the Vishnu deity in the temples, create a fearful situation for the devotees at all times. The Lord never accepts any offering by such impure ghosts. There is a common saying that one should first love the dog of the beloved before one shows any loving sentiments for the beloved. There's a saying, love me, love my dog. So the stage of pure devotion is attained by sincerely serving a pure devotee of the Lord. In other words, the idea here is that the pure devotee is like the Lord's pet dog, and so you first show affection for the pure devotee before you can show, or before you can approach the Lord himself. The first condition of devotional service to the Lord is therefore to be a servant of a pure devotee. And this condition is fulfilled by the statement, quote, reception of the dust of the lotus feet of a pure devotee who has also served another pure devotee. That is the way of pure disciplic succession or devotional parampara. So yes, we can progress only, by receiving the dust of a pure devotee upon our heads, or in other words, by serving a pure devotee, who has in turn served another pure devotee, who in turn has served another pure devotee, all the way back to Krishna. And that is parampara. Parampara literally means one after another. Maharaj Rahugana inquired from the great saint Jad Bharat as to how he had attained such a liberated stage of a Paramahamsa. And in answer, the great saint replied as follows, Srimad Bhagavatam 5:12-12. Rahuganaita tapasanayati nache jaya nirvapanad grihadva achandasanaiva jalagni suryair vinamat padarajo bhishekam. O King Rahugana, the perfectional stage of devotional service, or the Paramahamsa stage of life, cannot be attained unless one is blessed by the dust of the feet of great devotees. It is never attained by tapasya, austerity, the Vedic worshipping process, acceptance of the renounced order of life, the discharge of the duties of household life, the chanting of the Vedic hymns, or the performance of penances in the hot sun, within cold water, or before the blazing fire. So this is reinforcing the same point that one can engage in devotional service only if one is blessed by the dust of the feet of a pure devotee. And here, the phrase Mahat, Mahat means great soul, Mahatma or devotee, in other words, Mahat. Padarajo, Padaraja, that means the dust from the feet. Abhishekam, one should bathe, one should do an abhishek of oneself with the dust of the lotus feet of the pure devotee. In other words, Lord Sri Krishna is the property of his pure, unconditional devotees. And as such, only the devotees can deliver Krishna to another devotee. Krishna is never obtainable directly. Lord Chaitanya therefore designated himself as Gopi Bhartu Padakamalayur Dasa Das Anudasa, or, quote, the most obedient servant of the servants of the Lord, who maintains the Gopi damsels at Vrindavan. A pure devotee, therefore, never approaches the Lord directly, but tries to please the servant of the Lord's servants. And thus the Lord becomes pleased. And only then can the devotee relish the taste of the tulsi leaves stuck to his lotus feet. Does the deity have tulsi leaves on his lotus feet? In the Brahma Samhita, it is said that the Lord is never to be found by becoming a great scholar of the Vedic literatures, but he is very easily approachable through his pure devotee. Yes, Vedeshu Durlabha, Brahma Samhita says. Vedeshu Durlabha, through the Vedas, it's very difficult. Vedeshu Durlabha. Atma Bhakta, but it's very easy through the devotee. In Vrindavan, all the pure devotees pray for the mercy of Srimati Radharani, the pleasure potency of Lord Krishna. Srimati Radharani ki jai. Srimati Radharani is a tender-hearted, feminine counterpart of the Supreme Whole, resembling the perfectional stage of the worldly feminine nature. In the Nectar of Devotion, the Srila Prabhupada summary study of Srila Rupa Goswami's Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, there's a list of Krishna's qualities, 64 qualities, and one of the qualities is compassionate. And in the Nectar of Devotion, Srila Prabhupada writes that Krishna's compassionate nature is represented by Srimati Radharani. And therefore, devotees who want to take advantage of Krishna's compassionate nature should approach Srimati Radharani. Srimati Radharani is a tender-hearted feminine counterpart of the Supreme Whole, resembling the perfectional stage of the worldly feminine nature. Therefore, the mercy of Radharani is available very readily to the sincere devotee. Once she recommends a devotee to Lord Krishna, the Lord at once accepts the devotee's admittance into his association. So there's a saying in Varshana, which is Srimati Radharani's abode, that whatever Radha does, Krishna likes. And whatever Radha likes, Krishna does. And Srila Prabhupada is making the same point here, that if Srimati Radharani likes that Krishna will accept a devotee, then Krishna will do what she likes and accept that devotee. So it's most congenial for us to approach Srimati Radharani, and especially on her appearance day, when she's especially mercifully inclined to those who approach her. The mercy of Radharani is available very readily to the sincere devotee. And once she recommends such a devotee to Lord Krishna, the Lord at once accepts the devotee's admittance into his association. The conclusion is, therefore, that one should be more serious about seeking the mercy of the devotee than that of the Lord directly. And by one's doing so, by the good will of the devotee, the natural attraction for the service of the Lord will be revived. And once our natural attraction for the service of the Lord is revived, then we will naturally engage in devotional service and become eligible to enter the association of the Lord, Radha and Krishna, and engage in their service eternally by the grace of devotees, the grace of the spiritual master and the other devotees. So today is a very auspicious occasion. Sri Radhastami, the appearance day of Srimati Radharani, and also the 50th anniversary of the installation of Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji. Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki jai. So we thank you all for joining. I believe at 10 o'clock is Abhishek. So now if any of you have any comments or questions or reflections, you can raise your hand. Yes?
is controlled by someone else. So can you
Is the microphone connected now?
hello, Hare Krishna.
Yes, please repeat the question.
Okay. So my question was that you were talking that people who are seeking liberation, sometimes they act like their desires is not even their desires. It's controlled by someone else. So can you explain more on that?
I think you're saying that if someone's influenced by a ghost, he has desires that are not really his own, that are not true to his actual character. And then the solution is to chant Hare Krishna. And then the ghost will go away, and then we can be steady in our determination to serve Krishna. I'm not sure I exactly understood your question, but
So my question was you mentioned a point, I think it was by Narottam Das Thakur, so where he tells that people who are seeking liberation. I come from Varanasi where a lot of people, they seek liberation. So my question is on liberation. And you you told this that people who are seeking liberation, they sometimes have desires that are not even, if I'm right, you told this that people who are seeking liberation, they have sometimes desires which are not even their own. So I was just curious if you can, explain more on that.
yeah, well, what I said is that people who are haunted by ghosts have desires that are not their own. And I also quoted Rupa Goswami that someone who desires mukti is like someone who's haunted by a ghost, because it is not the natural desire of the soul to want bhukti or mukti. It's the natural desire of the soul to serve Krishna. Jive Swarupai Krishna Nityadas. But yeah, Varanasi, there's a saying I learned in India, Kashi Maran, Surat Bhojan. If you want to eat, go to Surat, and if you're going to die, go to Benares.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
So this verse is talking about that people who have not received the dust of the lotus feet of a pure devotee, or people who have not experienced the aroma of the tulsi leaf coming from Lord Krishna's feet, their life is basically like a dead person. So we who are here, we are very fortunate. We have the opportunity to get the dust of the lotus feet of the devotees, being able to serve them. But how can people who are not necessarily here, the outside world, can get this opportunity, for example, to receive the dust of the feet of the Lord's pure devotee, because they don't even want it, they don't desire it?
Yes, that's a very important question, because we want everyone, especially every human being, to get the opportunity. And so we go out to approach them with books, with Harinam Sankirtan, with prasad, and in that way the unfortunate fallen conditioned souls can become fortunate. And that's very much Srimati Radharani's mood, to bring people to Krishna. She wants to bring people to Krishna, and if someone brings others to Krishna, she's happy, so we can please her. And Lord Chaitanya is Krishna, but in the mood of Srimati Radharani, and he very much wanted that we should bring people to devotional service. So that's really the best service. Both to taste Krishna consciousness and distribute Krishna consciousness.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, welcome to Kalachandji Dham. It's so nice to see you again.
Thank you.
My question is that sometimes unraveling the material desires in one's heart is like peeling layers, years and years and years of layers, and deciding when to dovetail those material desires and purify them by engaging them in pure devotional service versus eradicating the desires can be confusing. And so my question is twofold. How do you know which material desires are those that are not part of your spiritual identity? And how do you know which ones are just a material manifestation and need to be completely engaged in Krishna's service?
That's a good question. Well, how do you define a material desire?
Wanting something separate from the enjoyment of the spiritual world, Krishna, Srimati Radharani, the spiritual master, the devotees.
Yeah, so our process, as you indicated, is twofold. First, by chanting, we cleanse the heart, Cheto Darpano Marjanam, by attentive, offenseless chanting, Cheto Darpano Marjanam. So those the dirty things become cleansed from the mirror of the mind. And that process must always be continued. One of the 10 offenses is to not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names of the Lord and to maintain material attachments even after understanding so many instructions on the matter. So it's not an offense to have material attachments. It's an anartha, but it's not an offense. But when we chant, we're trying to cleanse the heart and become free from material attachments. And so to maintain material attachments while chanting is contradictory and offensive to the holy name. But if we chant attentively and offenselessly, those material desires our hearts will be purified of those material desires. And it's true that material desires can be dovetailed in the service of the Lord. The third canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam discusses devotees whose service is influenced by different modes of nature. And Srila Prabhupada has paraphrased those statements from the third canto. And he said that a devotee who is influenced by the modes of ignorance thinks, I'm the only devotee around here. Everyone else is nonsense. A devotee influenced by the modes of passion thinks, I want to be known as being the best devotee. A devotee influenced by the modes of goodness thinks, I want to go back home, back to Godhead. And a devotee who is transcendentally situated thinks, I just want to serve Krishna and please Krishna. So we might be influenced by different modes at different times, but if we engage those material desires, as say like you want to become famous, so then become famous as being a good devotee, a good book distributor, a good preacher, a good whatever, and that will purify your desires, so-called material desires, or material desires. And you'll become enlivened in devotional service. Are there any other questions or comments? Yes? Microphone?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Maharaj. So Maharaj, my question is that there are like 2 points here, like desiring to go back to Godhead because Krishna is waiting for us over there, and secondly, hami janmani janmishware bhavtat bhakti ahituki tvai, basically ahituki bhakti, life after life. So how do we understand this 2 point? Life after life, being in this material world, but desiring to serve Krishna, or desiring to go back to Godhead because Krishna wants us over there. How do we understand these 2 points?
Well, Krishna wants us to serve him, and there was one nice morning walk conversation in Mayapur in which His Holiness Tripitaka Swami Maharaj said to Srila Prabhupada, he was talking about devotional service and making the point that if someone's fully engaged in devotional service, he's already back to Godhead. Srila Prabhupada confirmed yes. So, in a way, going back to Godhead doesn't mean transferring yourself to a different geographical location, but it means having the consciousness of desiring only to serve and please Krishna and no other desire. In that sense, you can be back to Godhead even right here. Yes? Can we get the microphone? Oh, all right.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, welcome. You were talking about that we very auspicious and intelligence to approach Srimati Radharani. Whatever she likes you, then whatever she likes, Krishna does. We also hear that we have to approach, give me the mercy of Lord Nityananda. By the mercy of Lord Nityananda, we may get the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. By getting the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, we may get to know Radha Krishna. So, in terms of prayer and approaching, do we approach them all separate in unit, or it's like all become part of Godhead, or what is the best way to approach it and pray?
That's a good point. And one of my favorite quotations of Srila Prabhupada sort of makes the same point, does make the same point, that in order to approach Radha and Krishna, we need the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. And in order to get the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, we need the mercy of Lord Nityananda. And in order to get the mercy of Lord Nityananda, we have to approach people like Jagai and Madhai. So yeah, that is our procedure. Nice, thank you.
But okay, that's pretty far out. Anyway, but practically, they pray, so we, in a day like, maybe in their appearance days, we pray to each one of these personalities, or every day, and we choose who to pray.
Well, yes, appearance days are special opportunities to approach the personality directly. Is that what you're asking?
What I'm saying is, so every day we'll pray to everyone separately for their mercy, for their protection, for their giving us Krishna consciousness, help us to get rid of anarthas. I pray because I don't feel.
Yeah. Yeah, we all need help. As much help as we can get. Yeah? Yeah. Pray to all of them. We need the microphone. Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, she was next.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
My question was about the body. You said that the ghost, about ghost. When the person commits suicide and they become a ghost, how long are they in that body of the ghost, and how do they get out of that body and move on to a different body of not being a ghost?
Yes. Well, if someone is in the body of a ghost and they hear the holy names, they can be freed from the ghost body. And so if we're being haunted by a ghost and we chant the holy names, that's beneficial for us because the ghost will go away, but it's also beneficial for the ghost because the ghost can get liberated from that ghostly existence.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. On the topic of ghosts, if somebody commits suicide and maybe in an unconscious state, they're hearing somebody chants Hare Krishna, or has some other auspicious elements surrounding them, even though the person took their own life, would that perhaps counter their having to assume a ghost body?
It could, yes. Yes, if that unfortunate soul is fortunate enough to be surrounded by devotees who are chanting and praying, then that unfortunate soul could become more fortunate and not have to accept the body of a ghost. But I don't want to go too much longer now because we still want to hear from Her Grace Srimati Devi Dasi, who procured the deities of Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji. So Srimati, Mataji, you come here and we will hear from you. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki jai, Shri Radhastami Mahamahotsav ki jai.
And bring my glasses. I think I might be able to read them. No, I don't need them. Oh. How many minutes is that? Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamini Namine Namaste Saraswati Devam Gauravani Pacharni Nirvisesa Sunnivari Praskacharya Satarni Jai Srila Prabhupada Haribo Hare Krishna. I basically just have, oh, thank you. I have one correction on, if anyone saw the video that we did a couple of days ago. There was one devotee that called me 25 years ago. I live in Seattle. And it was the 25th anniversary of Radha Kalachandji. And he knew that I purchased the deities, so he called me there and asked me a bunch of questions. So when I told this story about the Kalachandji story, I thought it was him that wrote the story. But actually it was His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami. Being that he was a sannyas, he didn't call me in Seattle. He had Narottam call me. So I thought the story was written by Narottam, but in fact it was written by His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami. I just wanted to make that clear. I really had the feeling that it was written by Tamal, and I glorified the heck out of him, and then I changed his name over to Narottam. And, oh well, that's the way I told the story, as if it was his. But just to refresh you about that story, it's short, but it's very sweet. And it was actually put together by His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami, who some of you may know. So 500 years ago in India, Kalachandji, literally translated as the beautiful moon-faced one, was worshipped as the supreme personality of Godhead by thousands of devotees. Impeccable craftsmen constructed an elaborate temple for him. Famous artisans decorated it. Something like this, no doubt. This is such a beautiful temple. Accompanied by drums, cymbals, and tambours, his followers filled the halls with melodious prayers throughout the day, and the air was sweet with myriad varieties of richly fragrant incense. Daily he was offered sumptuously prepared foods, all described, of all descriptions, made from grains, milk products, and fresh vegetables. We're familiar with those. Everyone, from the king to the street sweeper, visited Kalachandji, paying respects and obeisances. No one could imagine passing the day without having his audience. Has anyone here heard the Zoom presentation that I gave? Some of you. Okay. I might iterate a little bit with whatever time I have, because a lot of persons don't seem to know that story. Okay, so from one generation to another, the tradition continued, and then suddenly the Mughals invaded India. Fearing for Kalachandji's safety, his devotees hid him from the plunderers, and thus the opulence and worship which he had formerly enjoyed all but came to an end. With grief in their hearts, his followers prayed for the day when his true position could be reestablished. So centuries later, the great devotee of Krishna, the founder of this Dallas palace, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, arranged to have Kalachandji brought to America, where he had a large temple building in Dallas. And so it was that the beautiful moon-faced one found a home in a new land. So my part of the story is, anyway, to reiterate, that was written by Tamal Krishna Goswami. In the Zoom, I'm telling you, it was put together by Narottam-Ananda. He was just facilitating. So when I was in Jaipur to purchase deities, I first went there to get Radha Govinda for the New York temple. And that just turned into a huge Pandal program because Jaipur really wanted Prabhupada there. They had such devotees of Radha Govinda, and they wanted Srila Prabhupada there. So Kausalya, one other girl, devotee girl, and myself talked to merchants around who facilitated offering this, offering that, and this and that in order to have a big Pandal tent program, which was quite often done in India. Wherever the devotees and Prabhupada would travel, they'd put up a big Pandal tent program. And so the Radha Govinda of New York was the center of this Pandal program. And then I packed them up, went to and put them on the train. We went on the train to Bombay, and then from there, they went on to New York. And then devotees around the United States. Radha Govinda in New York was the first black marble Krishna. We had heard of black marble deities and seen them in India, but we finally found Rukmini asked for one for New York. She was the pujari. Hearing about Radha Govinda, Dallas, devotees and Detroit devotees and Toronto devotees sent me a letter to Bombay asking me to get them some black marble Krishna deities too. So I went back there and was looking around this Murtiwala village, and it was quite an adventure. I'm making it as short with the time, but it was obviously where the deities have been made for centuries. 3,200 years ago, it says, but stone art has been going on for 3,200 years. Probably right there in that village, because that's the way it looked. It was that dusty, and there was so much marble around, and so many demigods and deities of all sorts, Ganesh even. So I looked around about for the deities, but there was one deity on this porch. He was very large, and I was just kind of walking by and had to retrace my steps because he was attracting me. And I went on and avoided him and purchased deities for Detroit and Toronto. But I had to go back because there was something really, really requiring my attention. So I went back, and there, standing on the porch, was this magnanimous, tall, big, beautiful, bold, black marble Krishna, but he was obviously very old. And I talked to the shopkeeper, and he said, yes, this deity is 500 years old, but he is not for sale. These are my deities here. And you could see the difference of the newly carved deities. They were finely chiseled and painted and fresh looking, whereas Kalichanji was not so fresh looking. He'd been standing there a long time. He needed a little help. And he got that help when he got here. I heard Janava took good care of him. I wish she was here today to tell her story. It's just that he was wrapped in some gunny sack, and in scraping the gunny sack and cleaning him up, she removed some of the paint, and Prabhupada was quite disturbed. He had also asked for conch shell eyes. Prabhupada preferred conch shell eyes. Radha Govinda in New York, they had conch shell eyes. I had them put in, but when they got to New York, the devotees, the American devotees, just were not used to conch shell eyes in the big deities. Little deities, we could handle it, but the big deities with conch shell eyes, it's just too demanding, apparently. Anyways, so Govinda and Kalichanji do not have the conch shell eyes, much to my dismay. However, I finally talked the Murtiwala into letting me purchase Kalichanji. And there was no Radharani for him, so I had to make a Radharani. And I thought that Radharani was going to go to Dallas, but she ended up in Toronto. And Srila Prabhupada said that Krishna Kalajanshi has actually chosen his Radharani. So this Miss Radharani here, she's the one. And they actually met 50 years ago on Radhastami. So this is their anniversary day. 50 years ago, they met here today, 50 years ago. And so that's pretty much most of the story. If you have any questions, maybe we got a couple minutes left. Oh, okay. Well, I knew Dallas was for children, and he was just so big and lovable. I just felt like he could take care of all those children. He was definitely been around long enough to be a father many times. Thank you. Well, I made them. Yes. Prabhupada had them on his shelf there. Anybody that's been to Mayapur would see on the top shelf there's a Panchatattva. But Prabhupada actually had a teacher teach me how to do the putal, I don't like that word, doll making, they call it. I don't see them as dolls either. I call them murtis. But he hired a teacher to teach myself how to do this. He recognized I had a propensity, like in your hallway you have the dioramas. Well, 50-some years ago in Los Angeles, he had me make 9 dioramas for the Los Angeles temple, which at that time was on La Cienega. But that means I made 36 dolls out of cloth. And then when we got to Watsika, he called me to his room and showed me how to make one head and then make a mold. So when I make another set of dioramas for Lord Krishna's pastimes, I could make a mold and make it much easier. So there would be a head for each one that would make it easier. Is something starting? No? So anyway, the dioramas there would be, have heads made. So Prabhupada was showing me how to make it nice. And I understood Prabhupada. So when we got to India, he hired a teacher to teach me to do it the way those out there are done. And if you go to Mayapur these days, you'll see this same bas-relief type art is all over all the temples and the ashrams. It's very prolifically done over there in Mayapur. And is that was your question? Yes, they are in Prabhupada's room right now. I was there in 2018 and got to see them again. And the girls there are dressing them and taking care of them so they look fresh. But they make new clothes for them and dress them. And I don't know if Srila Prabhupada literally worshiped them, but he did say they are Srimati. He told Tamal Krishna Das Goswami that I knew him before all that, so I had to call him Krishna Prabhupada. Anyway, he was told Tamal Krishna that these are Srimati's deities. I've never claimed them, tried to take them home or anything. I love where they're at, and that everyone can enjoy them, and don't know if Prabhupada actually worshipped them himself. How could he not? They're right there. He always worships them. The girls there? Oh, thank you. That's wonderful. I appreciate that. One more question? Maybe not. Thank you. Haribol, Haribol.
Hare Krishna, everybody. Happy Radhashtami. Okay, I hope that's an auspicious sign, what we just heard. Okay, so if everybody, we're about to start the Abhishek. If everybody could get behind this first pillar, we need room for the Abhishek to take place. So if everybody can just stand back behind this first pillar, that would be wonderful. Oh, like this? Ah, perfect. Okay.
Can you announce I need 10 powerful men to help carry the bottle?
My daughter will be a powerful girl today. She wants to help. Yeah, so we'll... And while we're getting situated, we're going to be doing the flower Abhishek later on, around noon. We need 10 powerful people who can help us with transporting flowers, bring them from the car, from the van, over to the hallway into the deity room. There's a lot of nice physical service for anybody that really wants to get into it. So if you're one of those powerful people, please come forward. We'd love to have you. We'll engage you in some very wonderful service today.
All right, so what's going to happen is after the Abhishek, there's some programs happening, and part of them will require this space in the front for the drama and things that the children are doing, their program. That's why we're saying behind the pillar, okay? So it gives us space down here. Yeah. And then also, the other thing is, during the Abhishek, we'll be sitting down, not standing up. You'll be sitting down, okay? So everybody can see the Abhishek, although if you're standing up, some of you will not be able to see the Abhishek. Thank you very much. We're just waiting for the deities to arrive. Once the deities arrive, we'll blow the conch shell, and then we'll get started. Meantime, we should start with the kirtan. The kirtan should start.
And for those folks who want to help with the transporting of the flowers, we'll need you at around 11 o'clock. So not right now, about 11 o'clock. So please enjoy the Abhishek in the meantime. Hare Krishna!
तप्त कंचनी गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरि प्रिय राधे जय जय Madhava Daite Radhe Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite Gokula Taruni मण्डलमहिते राधे जय जय माधव दयिते जय जय माधव दय राधे जय जय माधव दयिते गोकुलतारुणी मण्डलमहिते मण्डलमहिते राधे जय जय माधव दयिते दामोदर राति वरधन वेशे धार राति वरधन वेशे दामोदर राति वरधन वेशे हरि निष्कुटा वृंदा विपिने से हरि निष्कुटा राधे जय जय माधव दयिते राधे जय जय माधव दयिते वृषभानुदादि नवशशिलेखे लालिता सखी गुना रमिता विशाखे लालिता लालिता सखी गुना रमिता विशाखे ओ राधे जय जय माधव दयिते माधव राधे जय जय माधव दयिते करुणा करुमयि करुणा भरिते करुणा करुमयि करुणा भरिते सानका सनातना वरनीता चरिते सनातना सानाका सनातना वरनीता चरिते ओ राधे जय जय माधव दयिते राधे जय जय माधव दयिते गोकुलतारुणी मण्डला महिते गोकुलतारुणी मण्डला महिते ओ हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम हरे राम 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 हरे 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Jaya Radha Kalakanji Radha Kalakanji Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalakanji Radha Kalakanji Radhe.
Radha Kalakanji Radha Kalakanji Shri Radhe.
Jaya Radhe Radhe
Radhe Radhe.
Jaya Radhe Radhe
Radhe Radhe.
Jaya Radhe Radhe
Radhe Radhe.
Jaya Radhe Radhe
Jaya Radhe Radhe.
Jaya Radha Kalakanji Radha Kalakanji 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 Radhe.
Jaya Radhe Radhe
Radhe Radhe.
Jaya Radhe Radhe
Radhe Radhe.
Jaya Radhe Radhe Jaya Radhe Radhe Jaya Radha Madhava Radha Madhava Radhe.
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 Jaya Radhe Radhe Jaya Radhe Radhe
Jaya Radhe Radhe.
Jaya Radhe Radhe
Jaya Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Radhe
Jaya Radhe Radhe.
Jaya Radhe Radhe
Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe.
Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe.
Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe.
Oh Radhe Radhe Jaya Radhe Radhe
राधे राधे जय राधे राधे जय राधा गोविंद राधा गोविंद राधे जय राधा गोविंद राधा गोविंद राधे जय राधे राधे जय राधे राधे जय राधे राधे जय राधे राधे जय राधा श्याम सुंदर राधा श्याम सुंदर राधे जय राधा श्याम सुंदर राधा श्याम सुंदर राधे जय राधे राधे जय राधे राधे जय राधा गोविंद राधा गोविंद राधे जय राधा गोविंद राधा गोविंद जय राधा गोविंद राधा गोविंद राधे जय राधे राधे जय राधे राधे जय राधा रामन राधा रामन राधे जय राधा रामन राधा रामन राधे राधा कालचंदी राधा कालचंदी राधे जय राधे राधे जय राधे राधे जय राधे राधे जय राधे राधे जय राधा गोविंद राधा गोविंद राधे ओ रा ओ जय राधा गोविंद राधा गोविंद राधे ओ राधे 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 जय 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 श्री राधे बोलो राधे 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 जय 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 श्री राधे ओ राधे 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 जय 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 श्री राधे 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 जय 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 श्री राधे ओ राधे 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 जय 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 श्री राधे 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 जय 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 श्री राधे 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 जय 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 श्री राधे ओ राधे 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 जय 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 श्री राधे बोलो राधे 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 जय 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 श्री राधे बोलो राधे 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 जय 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 श्री राधे ओ राधे 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 जय 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 श्री राधे ओ राधे 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 जय 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 श्री राधे ओ राधे 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 जय 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 श्री राधे ओ राधे 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 जय 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 श्री राधे
ओ राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय। बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय। राधा रानी, ओ राधा रानी,
राधा रानी,
राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। 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 बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय। बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय। वृषभानु नंदिनी की जय जय जय।
वृषभानु
वृषभानु नंदिनी की जय जय जय।
राधा रानी,
ओहो,
राधा रानी,
आहा,
राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय।
राधा रानी की जय, महारानी की जय। हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। राजू।
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। ओ हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Haribol, can everybody scooch up a little bit so the people that are standing in the back can find a seat? Please scooch up as much as you can. Haribol.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Shri Shri Radha Govinda ki.
Rama Rama, Hare Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe.
Radhe Radhe, Jai 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 Shri Radhe.
Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe. Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe.
Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai 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 Shri Radhe. Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai 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 Shri Radhe. Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai 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 Shri Radhe. Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai 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 Shri Radhe.
Oh Radhe Govinda, Radhe Govinda,
Radhe Govinda, Radhe Govinda, Radhe Radhe Govinda, Radhe 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 Govinda, Radhe. Radhe Radhe Govinda, Radhe. Radhe Kala Chanji, Radhe Kala Chanji, Radhe Kala Chanji, Radhe Kala Chanji, Radhe Kala Radhe 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 Kala Chanji, Radhe 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 Kala Chanji, Radhe.
Bolo Radhe Radhe, Kala Chanji Radhe. Radhe Radhe Kala Chanji Radhe.
Radhe
Radhe Shyama Sundara.
Radhe Shyama Sundara, Radhe राधे श्याम सुंदर
राधे श्याम सुंदर
राधे श्याम सुंदर राधे श्याम सुंदर
राधे श्याम सुंदर राधे 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 श्याम सुंदर 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 राधे
जय राधे नील माधव जय जय राधे नील माधव
राधे नील माधव राधे नील माधव राधे 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 नीला माधव राधे 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 नीला माधव राधे
ओ राधे राधे नीला माधव राधे 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 नीला माधव राधे ओ जय राधा खाला चंडी राधा खाला चंडी राधे जय राधा खाला चंडी राधा खाला चंडी राधे
राधा काला चंदी राधे
जय राधा खाला चंडी राधा खाला चंडी राधे 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 राधे
राधे राधे
राधे राधे
राधे राधे
राधे राधे
राधे
वृंदावन में
राधे राधे
वृंदावन में
राधे राधे
वृंदावन में
राधे राधे
कुंज गलन में
राधे राधे
राधे राधे
राधे
राधे
राधे
राधे राधे राधे
राधे राधे
गिरि गोवर्धन में गिरि गोवर्धन में बरसाने में बरसाने में
राधे राधे
बरसाने में
राधे राधे
यमुना तट पे
राधे राधे
यमुना तट पे
राधे राधे
केशी घाट में केशी घाट में
राधे राधे
बमसी वट पे
राधे राधे Chandri Radhe,
Radhe Radhe Radhe,
Kala Chandri Radhe,
Radhe Radhe Radhe,
Kala Chandri Radhe,
Radhe Radhe Radhe, Kala Chandri Radhe,
Radhe Radhe Radhe,
Kala Chandri Radhe,
Radhe Radhe Radhe,
oh Kala Chandri Radhe,
Radhe Radhe Radhe,
oh Radhe Radhe,
Kala Chandri Radhe,
Radhe Radhe,
Kala Chandri Radhe,
Radhe Radhe,
Kala Chandri Radhe,
Kala Chandri Radhe,
Radhe Radhe,
oh Kala Chandri Radhe,
Radhe Radhe,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
oh Radha Kala Chandri Radha, Kala Chandri Radhe,
Radha Kala Chandri Radha, Kala Chandri Radhe,
Jaya Radha Kala Chandri Radha, Kala Chandri Radhe,
Jaya Radha Kala Chandri Radha, Kala Chandri Radhe,
Radha Kala Radhe, Bola Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Bola Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Bola Jai Jai Shri Radhe.
Sham.
Jai Srimati Radha Rani ki, Sri Radha Stami Mahatsava ki, 50th anniversary of Shri Radha Kalachandji's installation ki. So thank you everybody for coming to this program. We're all so happy here on the altar, and some of you will see as the curtains open again how happy Kalachandji is, because today is his favorite day. This is the day of the appearance of Srimati Radharani. And no one is happier than Krishna himself that Radharani appeared. You might remember the story that when Radharani appeared, her parents thought that she was blind because her eyes were closed and it didn't look like she could see. And then when Krishna crawled up to her cot and then touched her hand, the moment he touched her hand, she realized who it was. And the smile appeared on her face, and then her eyes slowly opened, and you can't imagine the happiness the parents felt that their child was not blind. She was the most beautiful, but she could also see. Because, if there's something not quite right with the body, then the parents really fret. They really worry that how my child will be happy. Because there's nothing that pleases the parents more than to see children happy. And this is why Srila Prabhupada told us that if a daughter comes to your house, you should know that Radharani has come to your house. And you need to take care of her in the same way that Vrishabhanu Maharaj and Mother Kirta the Sundari looked after Radharani. And if a boy comes to your house, then who is coming? Krishna. It's like how Nanda Baba and Yashodamai looked after Krishna. That's how you got to look after them. And they will accept that that is direct service. So today, if you we all really want to please Shri Radha Kalachandji, one of the best ways to do that is to make sure that we take a vow that we will have our children become happier than we ever became in our lives. Okay? Is that right? If it's right, chant loudly with me. Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! Krishna Krishna! Hare Hare! Hare Rama! Hare Rama! Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So this is our happiness. Actually, the doctor told me not to speak loudly. But, you know, you can't help it. It's such a happy day today. Today is also the day when Srila Prabhupada, who is the greatest devotee ever walked on this planet, if any of you had the great fortune, as did Mother Srimati Prabhu, who's sitting here, who actually got us our Kalachandji. Mother Srimati Prabhu ki jai. So, if we had the great fortune like she did of meeting Srila Prabhupada, and at one point she'll be speaking about that, we'll be asking her, because it was Srila Prabhupada who actually installed the deities here. So the more we hear about Srila Prabhupada, the happier we become. If you can just make some space here. They want to bring the television up here because we're going to do a presentation on the screen, on the TV screen. And then Srila Prabhupada himself was very, very happy when he saw Kalachandji. When he saw Kalachandji, he actually said, God is here. So this next video is that story of God is here. And it's spoken by Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, who, as some of you would know, spent a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to make sure that this temple develops nicely. And one of the things that was most dear to him was that whenever the likes of you turned up, anybody who turned up at this temple, he wanted to make sure that you were really, really, really happy. And today, because it is Radharani's day, it is a special day when we shower her and Kalachandji and all of the deities with rose petals from thousands and thousands and thousands of roses. So today you will see that happen, and it'll bring a lot of happiness in your hearts. Now, the best part of it is that the deities want to see all of us happy. So all of those flower petals will come on us. And then you can actually pass it on to others. You can actually put flower petals on others. Today is the day to show a lot of love in a nice way. No playing games, no doing something that's not right, okay? Do it in a nice way. Offer petals on the heads of others, or just throw it into the air so the petals can fall on so many people. Take some petals with you home. These are Mahaprasadam petals. They will bless you. Some of us, we touch those petals every day on our bodies because we want to get the blessings of Radharani. Who is Radharani? Radharani is the Adi Lakshmi, the Adi Durga, and the Adi Saraswati combined. It is from her that Lakshmi comes. It is from her that Saraswati comes, and it is from her that actually Durga comes. Now we know in this world there are three things you need to become very successful. You need opulence, like wealth, beauty, fame, like that. And Lakshmi is the person who actually bestows that opulence. And we need knowledge. And who blesses us with knowledge? Saraswati. And the origin of all knowledge is Radharani. That's why Radharani's name is Vidya Vadhu. And she is the consort of Harinam Prabhu. Just like Krishna has a consort, Radharani, Harinam Prabhu's consort is Vidya Vadhu. So she is the origin of Mother Saraswati. And then comes Mother Durga. We all know Mother Durga, very powerful person, right? Even her husband shivers when she gets angry. That's how powerful she is. Our husbands don't shiver so much, right? They're too fat. They're too much looked after nicely. They're too spoilt, you know? So they don't shiver as much. But Lord Shiva does, because he loves all of his people so much that actually is a very, very, very good character. An amazing character person. His wife is actually the boss of this world. She is called Durga Devi because this world is called Durga and she is Durga. And the origin of Durga is Radharani. So you can see how powerful Radharani is. We are Gaudiya Vaishnavas. Means we are Vaishnavas who are the servants of the servants of the servants, many times removed of Srimati Radharani's servants. This is the power of Radharani. Today, it's her appearance day. She wants to bless us unlimitedly. Don't forget to pray to her and seek blessings. Get blessings today and be very happy. We are now starting the next 50 years, just after this Abhishek, the next 50 years have started. We just finished our first 50 years, the next 50 years have started. This is going to be the most exciting 50 years. Some of us feel that everybody in Dallas will be wearing tilak, and everybody will be wearing dhoti and kurta, and everybody will be wearing saris or gopi dresses or whatever it is, but they will all be Hare Krishnas. That's how some of us feel. Now, we might make a mistake, and it won't happen in this 50 years, but it will definitely happen in the third 50 years. Be very, very confident. Now, this is nothing to be proud about, nothing to be cocky about, nothing to be overconfident about. It is our opportunity to show a lot of love to everybody. People are really suffering out there. There's a lot of confusion. There is a lot of doubts, and there's a lot of fear. And the psychologists, doctors, the psychiatrists are telling me they have no time because too many people are coming to them. More people are ending up with mental issues. We really need to show love to everybody. Everyone is a child of Krishna. Krishna says that. Aham bij pradapitaha. I'm the seed-giving father of all living entities. Suhridam sarvabhutanam. I love everyone more than anybody else can love anyone. So please, they're all children. Don't think these are bad people, good people, karmis, us. Nobody's a karmi. We are the karmis. They are the devotees. Please reach out to them and serve them and help them become happy. Then our children will be the happiest. If there's a happy Dallas-Fort Worth, our children will be happy. If there's a miserable Fort Worth, it's going to be very hard to meet the challenge of making sure that our children are going to be happier than us, and their children are going to be happier than them. Thank you very much. So now we're going to show this wonderful video of Srila Tamal Krishna Maharaj speaking. By the way, tomorrow we have a fantastic festival as well. It's called the Boat Festival. We'll be taking Radha Govinda to represent the deities out on a boat ride. And this time we've got the biggest swimming pool. In fact, we're a little surprised. We didn't have a swimming pool. We didn't have a lake. We didn't have a pool. And suddenly, Mathurnath Prabhu is here. Mathurnath Prabhu? I don't see him. He was here for a little while. But all thanks to Mathurnath Prabhu, we found a pool in the last minute. We were all praying to Kalachandji, but Mathurnath Prabhu was praying the most because he is the one who takes care of having this thing come. Jai Mathurnath Prabhu ki Jai. And of course, all the other wonderful leaders who've been pushing him, like Mother Padma, Durashya Prabhu, Dharma Prabhu, Mother Manjuwali, Dwarka Prabhu, these, Balaram Prasad Prabhu was helping. I'm talking about the Temple Council were really working very hard to see if a pool can materialize. We were thinking we'll do it in Dayananda Prabhu's swimming pool. It would have been a little hard because the space is small, And Dayananda Prabhu was worrying what's going to happen. All these people turn up my house. And, the pool is a little deep, so we're worrying the children may not be able to work with that deeper pool, that type of thing. Then all of a sudden, this thing happened. And so we have this wonderful pool. We got to be very careful because it's still 4 feet deep. And last time it was 2.5, 3 feet deep, and we know people felt it was a little deep. So 4 feet is more. When our children go into it, we have to be very careful. All of them have to wear some type of floaters. We're not letting them in if they don't have floaters. And they don't have a parent personally holding on to them. Don't bring them into the pool. And then we'll give you some time in the pool as well. So enjoy today's program, enjoy tomorrow's program, and let's all enjoy the next 50 years by serving. Okay? Have a great service attitude. Reach out. And what are the greatest 3 services we can offer people? Chanting, feasting, and dancing. So doing kirtan like these wonderful devotees have been doing kirtan and rocking the house, bringing it down. I was worried a little that some of the demigods might join us. They might fall off and join us. So, be careful. Watch. They're on the top there. They're quite heavy, actually. So if they fall, we'll have a problem. They're not going to fall. Don't worry. They can see, so they're not going to fall on you. But they may join us in the dance. That's how good the rocking kirtans are. And then, of course, feasting and dancing. So at the time when the flower abhishek is happening, after that we'll be doing kirtan. Please dance in that kirtan as wildly as you possibly can and show Krishna how much you love Krishna and how much you love Radharani ki jai. Are we ready for the Prabhu? Are we ready? Yes? Thank you very much. Shri Radha Astami ki jai. Shri Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki jai. After that, I'll have you push back so that the children can do their performance here, okay? Thank you. Hare Krishna.
We are certainly here because of the mercy of Radha Kalachandji. This community, you know, what is its strength? What is its opulence? Someone says, well, you have a beautiful temple. Or someone else says, well, you have beautiful paintings on the temple walls. Or you have great kirtan leaders. Or you have very good cooks. But in any case, if it weren't for those deities standing there, I doubt that there would be these beautiful paintings, this beautiful temple, the great kirtan leaders, and the good cooks. None of that would be here. So it's all because of Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji. Radha Kalachandji are very powerful. I will take this opportunity just to say my own personal, story in a sense. Deity was discovered in Jaipur during the time 1972, January, when I happened to have taken sannyas. At that time, Prabhupada came to Jaipur. The deity was discovered at that time. And so I feel like when you take sannyas, that's a very important stage of entering into a stage of one's life. And so two deities I got connected with. One was Radha Govinda, because they were at the sannyas ceremony, and they later on got installed in New York, the big Radha Govinda deities. And the other one was was Radha Kalachandji. So who could know that, except Radha Kalachandji knew, that at the time of, okay, this person took sannyas, I will engage him later on. But I do recall that when I came finally in 1974, 2 years after that, to Dallas for the first time, I had brought a little gift for Radha Kalachandji. I got a little silver swing with two silver urns in the swing, and I had filled them up with sand and other things from the samadhis of Rupa and Sanatana Goswami. And the other one was with Jamuna water. And I brought them and offered them. I don't know whatever happened. Who knows what happened to them. But I offered them to the deities. And again, when you start doing service, Krishna says, more. It doesn't say, okay, I'm satisfied. It's never that easy. It's like quicksand. Stepping into the presence of the deity is like stepping into quicksand. You just go deeper and deeper. The more you struggle, the deeper you get. So I offered this little service thinking, now I've satisfied this deity. Actually, I did 4 sets of these. One in New York, and later on, I became the GBC there. I did one in Chicago, and later on I became the GBC there. I did one in LA, and I was the GBC there. So I don't have to go back and be the GBC there. And then I offered one here, and I became the GBC here. Maybe this is a good way to expand zones. If you want to go somewhere, you just... there's some secret there. Anyway, I don't want to expand any zones, so I've stopped offering silver urns. But I offered this to this deity, and then a year later, we had our Radha Damodar temple party, and there was a Gurukul here, and there was a big debt, and so they were appealing to me by Prabhupada's arrangement. And suddenly we found ourselves having to send $5,000 a month to this temple to pay off their BBT debt. We landed up sending, over $60,000 on Radha party to this deity. So I thought I was getting away easy with those silver urns. Anyway, when I finished the 60,000, I thought, now it's definitely, that's it. But Krishna had another plan. That was 1976 we did that. And by 1979, we found ourselves, responsible for Radha and Kalachandji. At least they took responsibility for us and let us think that we were responsible for them. And so that's the history of how I got dragged into Seva for Radha Kalachandji, and gradually I dragged so many others also. And it's, of course, Krishna dragging. Kalachandji is dragging by his all-attractiveness. I always like to remember my godbrother, departed godbrother Vishnujan, saying that when you see Kalachandji, you know you're looking at God. You know you've seen God. So when you've seen Kalachandji, you know you've seen God. I always think that that's so true. How beautiful the deities are decorated today, dressed. And we heard how Prabhupada gave the deity the name Kalachandji, Black Moon. You saw the deity's face, round, black orb, and he could only think of Black Moon. What is Black Moon? It's another astonishing, apparently opposite meaning, isn't it? Right? Moon, full moon, round moon, is golden. But in an eclipse it could be. A full moon under eclipse could be a black moon. So, very beautiful metaphor, black moon. Just it's a very unusual metaphor, isn't it? A black moon. But here is black moon. The beautiful face, shining face of Kalachandji. We have to appreciate the altar and the temple room. So many devotees headed by our godbrothers Surabi and Pashupati, and a large crew of devotees participated in making this temple. When the deity was established here, I always wondered why Prabhupada didn't establish the deity in that bigger room, because that's the big building, isn't it? And when this was a Baptist church, this was a gymnasium. That was the baptismal of the temple, the church. I wasn't here to figure it out. I wasn't in charge here at the time, but
At that time, Mohanananda wanted to make this like a replica of New Dwarka. And in New Dwarka, they had to go to the big sanctuary either. So
that's what happened. Yep, and Prabhupada had the idea in New Dwarka, of course, that the big sanctuary would be, it was originally, and he wanted it to be a hall for lecturing in, which is interesting, isn't it? How he gave more importance to the Bhagavad Vidi than Pancharatriki Vidi. The big building he reserved for preaching in, the smaller one for worship in the temple. Nevertheless, they did move the deity there eventually. I'm sure with Prabhupada's permission, otherwise they would never have done so. But this deity was never moved. So when we came to finally deciding to build this temple, to construct the interior of this temple, we were considering, should we move the deity to the large building? But there was an instruction from Prabhupada said, don't move the deity from this room. He had been asked this question. So we observed Prabhupada's instruction. And since we had to build the altar, what we did, and maybe some of you were here, you will recall, the deity was moved to that end of the temple room. And we made a temporary altar. And Radha Kalachandji oversaw the construction, and this temple room came out nicely. I think you have to credit the supervisor of the construction. Radha Kalachandji personally stood there and oversaw, every single whatever was done to construct this temple. And then we moved him, and it did take 6 people to move him back up there. Very heavy deity. So we are grateful to the devotees who also raised the funds to build this temple, and everything else that has happened since. This is not the nicest of neighborhoods. One new professor I have, when they heard where our temple was, quick. The professor said, "Is it all right to come there at night? What will happen to our car? Can I bring my wife and child? Is it safe?" Because the reputation of this neighborhood is not very good. Then again, what was the chance of getting any other place in a better neighborhood? We couldn't have afforded it. How many properties does the temple own now? I think more than that, probably, because we've amalgamated some. Some properties are bigger than others. I always say 30, but anyway, maybe I'm wrong. Between the temple and the devotees probably own nearly 30 properties. Go to North Dallas and try to buy 30 properties. You'd have to be one of the richest people in Dallas to do that. But, a bunch of beggars could do it here. So, I always feel that, I always appreciate, the point I'm going to make is that I appreciate the householders who have agreed to, be, chained to this neighborhood. I know it's not easy, to have to be 1.5 blocks from the interstate, right? That's I-30, isn't that the I-30 over there? That's an Interstate 30, interstate, motors. So it's not easy to stay here. But all of us are staying here. Somebody will say, well, I'm staying here, Gurudev, because you're here. But I'm staying here because Kalachandji is here. And Kalachandji is here because Prabhupada put him here. So we don't really have a choice. That's how I feel. I don't have a choice. When I was going to, when I started to go back to school, someone said to me, one of my godbrothers said, don't live in a temple. You'll never be able to concentrate on your work. There's just going to be too many botherations. And, but I just couldn't imagine living somewhere else. And I can't imagine what would have happened if I had lived somewhere else. To me or this temple, I think. But I just felt this is the safest place. So we may all think that, well, I could have moved here, I could have moved there. But I think there's something very grand and wonderful and heroic. And there has to be a great payoff if God exists and bhakti is real and the path, then your sacrifice must be rewarded by Krishna. In the end, you must be rewarded with pure devotional service for this sacrifice. So all I can say is, this is a wonderful community. People appreciate this community. And when I tell people that there are dozens of people who have been here for nearly 20 years, people are very surprised. In this day and age, when it's typical to just move about from one place to another, the fact that there should be so many people who put their roots down so deep that for nearly 20 years they're staying in one place is a very, very powerful statement. It's a statement which is due to a very powerful God. Only a powerful God could keep us here that long in such a, unpleasant environment. So, that's the way it is. Krishna sat down here. What choice do we have? There were times, I never even contemplated moving this temple to a better neighborhood, but some people have. But I thought, Krishna sat down here. This is where he wanted to be. And when we heard this morning your reading, Prabhupada liked this neighborhood because of the weather. And, well, at least the weather he liked Texas because the weather reminded him of India. When people say, I can't stand Texas because it's too hot. Well, okay, Americans. That's not what Prabhupada said. Prabhupada with his Indian body said, I like it here. I like the heat. You know, this city is as close to the climate of Vrindavan as any city you'll find in America. Vrindavan is very hot in the summer and it's cold in the winter. It's not too cold here, but you get a few cold days. But anybody who says that they don't like Dallas climate, they should just remember this is very similar to Vrindavan. And this temple room is very similar to Vrindavan. You know, I have heard many devotees tell me this is the most beautiful temple room. I remember Giriraj Swami said that. He's from Bombay, which has such an open temple. He said, there's nothing like this. Satsvarup Maharaj sat here and said, it's impossible not to remember Krishna in this temple room. I remember the first time he lectured here when all these pictures had gone up. He said, it's impossible to not think of Krishna when you're speaking in this temple. So much praise has been given. I remember when Kirtananda came here, he said, well, you defeated me. He had just finished building Prabhupada's palace, but he came here for the opening as to all the GBCs, and he said, I'm defeated. He saw this temple room, he said, it's so nice. It is so nice because it is for Kalachandji. You know, I mean, all credit goes to the people who built it, and etc., and designed it, but the inspiration is Radha Kalachandji. We are certainly here because of the mercy of Radha Kalachandji. This community, you know,
Vrindavan is like a great lotus flower, and it has many petals and whorls. And one of the petals turned up in Dallas, and this is that petal. We're sitting in that petal. We're sitting in Vrindavan as we sit in this temple. That is what Tamal Krishna Maharaj was saying. That's what Srila Prabhupada said. That's what all these wonderful devotees who've come here, who actually experienced it because they experienced it firsthand, have said. How fortunate are we, right, to be in the United States of America and simultaneously in Vrindavan, India. How wonderful is that? That is this temple. And you could see when you're looking at this, right, and I really thank Rasalila and her team for improving that video. That video wasn't as clear prior to them cleaning it up. So they really cleaned it up. Where's Rasalila? She was right here. Wow. Thank you. And who was with you, Rasalila? Sorry? Radhika Natarajan. Yeah, thank you. You can see in the video what luster Kalachandji has, right? I mean, really shining black. So what happened was 25 years ago, we celebrated the 25th anniversary, and at that time we bathed Kalachandji directly. And then Srila Gurudev said we should never do that again because they lost their luster. He lost his luster. For 25 years we've been polishing him. And now he's as lustrous as he is now, but not like what he was prior to that Abhishek. So we've decided never to do direct Abhishek to Krishna Kalachandji, and that's why you saw the Abhishek being done to Radha Govinda, who are the Utsava deities. But Kalachandji, let's hope in the next 50 years, you all are going to polish him so nicely that he's going to be as bright or brighter than he was 25 years ago. Yes? Haribol. That would be so nice. Kalachandji would be so happy. He's called the Black Moon. And you know, there's no such thing as the Black Moon because you can't see the Black Moon. But there is. And that is Kalachandji himself. And so, please help us serve Kalachandji nicely. And Kalachandji is happiest when he serves his people. And who are his people? Every living entity, including the trees outside, the animals, the birds, the insects, everything. Every living entity is actually a child of Kalachandji. And that's why Kalachandji came to Dallas. When he was brought to Dallas, one wonderful devotee asked him, why did you bring Kalachandji to Dallas? He said, I brought him to Dallas to actually protect and save the children of the world. And then when another same devotee asked again, And how old are these children? He said, I am also child of Krishna. And he was 80 years of age at that time. So he's here for every one of us. Please know that all of you are completely loved. Each and every one of you is completely loved by Kalachandji. All we can do really to show our love to him is reach out to others and pass that love on. Let's all do that. The next part of the program is our wonderful children we were talking about. They're going to do a wonderful program here now for 15 minutes or so. At that time, I'm sorry, but we did say that nobody should sit in front of that pillar. And a whole bunch of you came and sat here. This is Hare Krishnas, you know. Hare Krishnas are very independent-minded, very confident. Krishna is with me. It's my Krishna. There's space there. I'm going to sit down. What's so wrong about that? Anyway, thank you all for sitting down here. I'm going to have you stand up and move back so that the children can have a space to actually do the program, okay? Thank you so very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, everybody. Hare Krishna. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Okay, thank you. So we are going to treat this as a rehearsal for Kirtan 50, which is happening this year. So I need everybody to scoot back. Scoot to, remember, if you see some brown spots, brown spaces in front of you, fill it in, all right? Look behind you. It'll be temporary.
Hare Krishna, in the very back, please move back. There's lots of space in the back. Let's start moving back in the very back. Then everybody in the front can scoot back. Scoot back 4 spots. And as you're scooting back, please respond, Hare Krishna. And then scoot back, Hare Krishna. And then scoot back, Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. So far, nobody has moved up here, which means everyone needs to move back some more. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Did you know this was the actual day that Radha Kalachandji came for the children? If you have a child, can I have your hand up, please? Everybody here has a child. The children here are about to present the purpose for which your child has come to your home. I'm requesting you to please again scoot back. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. So this whole spot has to be gone. They won't have the space otherwise. All the way back. Hare Krishna, the students will need this area for dancing as well. They will need here for dancing. There's a whole group of them. So they'll need to dance right here. Thank you so much. Happy Radhashtami. Srimati Radharani ki. Shri Radha Kalachandji ki. Where's Leela? Srila Prabhupada went through so many obstacles to give Krishna consciousness to the families of North America, to the children of America. At the time that he was here in 1972, he requested in so many of his books and purports, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Bhagavad Gita, every single scripture, you read those purports, and at least 250 times he has said, all the children should come to Dallas. He precisely names Dallas as the place for where the education of the world begins. And when asked by a reporter, why have you chosen Dallas as the place for your first school? Think about that question. When I heard the question, I was like, oh yeah, that's a curious question. And Prabhupada says very strongly, it is Krishna's choice. And so today at TKG Academy, we have a humble offering. The children actually haven't presented a show choir in 3 years because of the pandemic. And we're so excited that they're presenting again. This group of kids, usually we don't present in September. It's too early. School has just started. We have a lot of academic work to do. They learned this. Some of them are 6. I have a 5-year-old. They learned this in less than 2 weeks. And this is the prayer that Srila Prabhupada recited as he got off the Jaladuta ship. And so it's a response. There's time for you to respond. Please listen carefully, and please respond when you hear the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Without further ado, a big round of applause for our young students. Krishna tava punya habe bhai. Krishna tava punya habe bhai. E punya koribe jabe radharani sukhi habe. Juva ati boli tomatai. Shri Siddhanta Saraswati Sachi Sutta Priya Ati Krishna Sevaye Jari Tulenai. Se Mohanta Guru Jagatir Madhe Uru Krishna Bhakti Den Tai Tai. Shri Siddhanta Saraswati is very dear to the son of Sachi, Lord Gauranga. His service to Krishna is unparalleled. Most magnanimous spiritual master gives devotion to Krishna to all in the world. Throughout the Western countries, he has spread the name of Gauranga. Balavan pashyati tan tan hoi jati Gaurangir naam. Gauranga, 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 Tar Nityananda, Nityananda, Nityananda. Ichha Balavan pashyati tan tan hoi jati Gaurangir naam. Prithivite nagaradi asamudra nada nadi sakale bole Krishna Ram.
Whether you're black or white or yellow or brown, chant the names of Krishna Ram. In all the cities and all the towns, chant the names of Krishna Ram. Across the rivers, across the town, chant the names of Krishna Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Just holding them at specific times so they don't shoot it out. Just every now and then put up the louder on the slam. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. आनंद होय ताहले आनंद होय ताहले आनंद होय तबे ताहले आनंद होय तबे होय दिग्विजय चैतन्य कृपा अतिशय माया दुष्ट जता दुखी जगते सबाई सुखी Vaishnaver ichha purna hoy. Samsara is suffering from the cycle of birth and death. Struggle, 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 can't catch my breath. Falling, falling, falling down, falling, falling on the ground. Ati dina hina, ati dina hina. Jogi nahi, ati dina hina. Jogi nahi, ati dina hina. Unending desire burns raging like fire. Lust, anger, greed, so much we don't need. Ati dina hina, ati dina hina. Jogi nahi, ati dina hina. Jogi nahi, ati dina hina. Sei karja je koribare agya jadi dilo more. Jogi nahi, ati dina hina. ताई से तुम्हारा कृपा मांगते छी अनुरूपा आजी तुम्ही सवार प्रवीणा. You have given me this task that has been your main ask, but I find myself unqualified. You are wise, appear before my eyes. Tumi mora chira sathi, bhuliya mayar lathi khai. Lani bhai, abar se sukh pai, gochar na guri din bhor. Kat banne chuta chuti bane khai, luta luti se din kabe habe mor. When, oh when will that day be mine? Will I see you again? Oh Krishna Ram, we'll skip, we'll hop, we'll frolic about, we'll steal the snacks, better watch out in Vrindavan's forest and Aji se Tomara smarana belo bye. Ami tomar nitya dasha tai kori it asha. Tumi bina anya gati nai. Today I remembered you. I only think of you. I long for you, call to you. Krishna, I have no one but you. Accept me, love me, engage me as you wish. Whether you're black or white or yellow or brown, chant the names of Krishna Ram. In every city and every town, chant the name Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Who do we hear? Let's go louder, please. Jaya Radha Kalachanji Radha Kalachanji Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachanji Radha Kalachanji Radhe. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Gaura Haribol. I offer my humble obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who are just like desire trees, who can fulfill the desires of everyone, and who are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. Vancha Kripa Sindhu Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo. We at the TKG Academy have started a new year. We are inviting all of you who have children to contact us if you have any questions, if you have any struggles, if you have any obstacles in raising your children to academic, social, and spiritual success. On behalf of the entire staff of TKG Academy, I wish you all a very, very happy Radhashtami. Hare Krishna.
Jai, let's give the children a very big hand again. Haribo! So just in my announcements, when we're talking about that video, the video is actually prepared by a very wonderful devotee. Her name is Shabia Mataji. Let's give Shabia a very big hand. She's from Singapore, and her sister is here. Ujeshwari Mataji is with us. That's the sister. This is the sister of hers. Okay, so we have a wonderful announcement to make before we get started. And the first thing is about the program itself. We will have, well, let me just say this part first, and then I'll say what I have to say. So, here's a message. Hare Krishna. Dhanavats, Jai Srila Prabhupada. The Sadhu Sangha team offers congratulations to all the devotees of ISKCON Dallas today for beginning the celebration of the 50th anniversary year of the installation of Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji. So this morning we heard the Mayapur temple had done that. Now the Sadhu Sangha team is doing the same. It is no surprise that half of the Sadhu Sangha team is based in Dallas. Jai, Dallas Yatra Ki. Because that's where the festival, which has become dear to the Vaishnavas, started with the blessings of Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji 10 years ago. So those of you who know about Sadhu Sangha, this is where it started. So we felt the most appropriate way to honor and celebrate both the 50th anniversary of Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji and the 10th anniversary of Sadhu Sangha is by bringing Sadhu Sangha retreat back to Dallas in 2023. We pray to Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji that they consider our attempt to bring thousands of devotees from all over North America to have their darshan during the Sadhu Sangha as our humble offering to glorify them on this auspicious milestone of ISKCON Dallas. We are hoping to sign the contract with hotels in the next couple of weeks, and then we will share all the details with all the devotees by the end of this month. We also want to acknowledge and thank His Grace Sarvajaya Madhava Prabhu and the Dallas devotees by whose sincere and ardent desire this was made possible despite many obstacles. Now, Sadhu Sangha is very expensive. Every year they lose money running the Sadhu Sangha. Sarvajaya Madhava Prabhu has agreed to give $25,000 to the Dallas Temple and say that is the Dallas Temple's offering to Sadhu Sangha, and asking people around America to match. So whoever gives a dollar, the Dallas Temple will give $1 as well. But now you know where the dollar came from. We sincerely pray our attempts amplify the glories of Srila Prabhupada and Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, who planted the seed at Dallas and have grown it to become such a big branch of ISKCON now. We also congratulate, forget this part, the leaders who have served or are currently serving at ISKCON Dallas on this monumental milestone on this auspicious day of Sri Radha Astami. Eagerly awaiting the association of you all. I mean, we are more eagerly awaiting the association of them. 5,000 devotees from all over North America will be coming to Dallas. You can imagine. And they're all going to sing, feast, and dance their hearts out. Okay? Now, a small part of it happens at the 50th celebration that we have every year, that His Grace Haridas Prabhu was sitting here somewhere. Haridas Prabhu, actually sitting the camera, helps arrange, organizes this wonderful program. Haridas Prabhu ki jai. So if you come to that program, you know how wonderful it is, how amazing that program is. So this is a little bigger than that. Well, maybe 50 times bigger, 10 times bigger, whatever it is. But it's absolutely wonderful. How many of you have been to Sadhu Sangha before? Oh, wow. So nice to see all of you here. Wonderful. Well, now it's coming to Dallas. What good news, huh? On Radha Astami Day. So now we're going to start with the Pushpa Abhishek. And we would like those who are in the front to scoot up as much in the front as you can, so that the ones at the back have space. Also, can you please make room on the benches? None of the younger devotees should be sitting on the benches. Leave the benches for the older devotees, okay? And the older persons who are here. Thank you very much. When the flower petals are going to come on you, please be respectful. Hare Krishna.
Wheelchair. Please.
Can you just pass that wire? Yeah. I'm coming to sit on your lap.
Hare Krishna. We need to take out the TV outside. Tiruprabhu Prem.
Prabhupada, please come on the altar. We're going to start this program. So please come on the altar. Srila Prabhupada, install Radha Kalachandji. We want the disciples to be the first to start showering Radha Kalachandji. So please come on the altar. Thank you.
This is gonna have to make it to the ground somehow, dude. What the heck?
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. No. Hare Krishna. It is. It's on. It's on. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. It's a humble request. If we can have everybody please sit down. So everybody standing behind you can take darshan as well. Please sit down. Hare Krishna. I want him to sing this. Sing together. So what? You can have the louder. Hare Krishna.
आप ये वाला लो ए आप ये वाला
Sorry. Jai Shri Shri Radha Kala Chanji ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Govind ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Shyama Sundar ki Shri Shri Radha Madhav ki Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Jai Shri Shri Radha Kalachan Ji Bhagwan ki.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. In 5 minutes, the flower petals will come on to all of us. So please be respectful. Don't throw the flower petals really hard. Don't hurt each other. Happy Radhashtami.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna.
सब लोग जोर से बोलिए.
Hare Rama, Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Radhe 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 Jai Jai Shri Radhe.
Radhe Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe.
Oh Radhe 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 Jai Jai Shri Radhe.
Radhe 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 Jai Jai Shri Radhe. Oh
Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe.
Radhe 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 Jai Jai Shri Radhe.
Radhe
Radhe Radhe Radhe Jai 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 Shri
Jai 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 Shri Radhe. Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe.
Hare Krishna everyone. Hare Krishna everyone. Whoever adults took darshan, please come back so many people, devotees are waiting. They will have a chance to take darshan. Whoever took darshan, please come back. Come back. Hari bol.
बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय. बोलो बरसाने वाली की. वृषभानु नंदिनी की जय जय जय. वृषभानु नंदिनी की जय जय जय. राधा रानी राधा रानी राधा रानी की जय. महारानी की जय. राधा रानी की जय. महारानी की जय. राधा रानी की जय. महारानी की जय. बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय जय जय.
बोलो
वृषभानु नंदिनी की जय जय जय.
कीर्तिदा सुंदरी की जय जय जय. कीर्तिदा सुंदरी की जय जय जय. कीर्तिदा सुंदरी की जय जय जय.
जय जय जय.
राधा रानी की जय. महारानी की जय.
राधा रानी की जय. महारानी की जय.
बोलो राधे राधे.
बोलो राधे राधे.
राधे
राधे राधे.
राधे राधे.
राधे राधे.
राधे राधे.
ओ राधे राधे. राधे राधे. वृंदावन में.
वृंदावन में.
गोशी घाट में. केशी घाट में. यमुना तट पे. यमुना तट पे. बमसी वट में. बमसी वट में. ISKCON वृंदावन मेरा. ISKCON वृंदावन में. ISKCON डालस में.
राधा काला चंजी. राधा काला चंजी. अरे बरसाने में. वृंदावन में. गोवर्धन में. राधे राधे. राधे राधे. राधे राधे. राधे राधे. राधे राधे.
राधे राधे. राधे राधे. राधे राधे. राधे राधे. काला चंजी राधे. काला चंजी राधे. काला चंजी राधे. राधे राधे राधे. जय 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 श्री राधे.
राधे राधे राधे. जय 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 श्री. राधे राधे काला चंजी. जय 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 श्री राधे. राधे राधे काला चंजी. जय 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 श्री राधे.
Radhe Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe Oh Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe
Oh Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe Oh Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe Oh Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe
बोलो जय जय श्री राधे हाँ जय जय श्री राधे बोलो जय जय श्री राधे बोलो जय जय श्री राधे ओ जय जय श्री राधे बोलो जय जय श्री राधे बोलो जय जय श्री राधे बोलो जय जय श्री राधे
Jai Radhe Jai Radhe Jai Shri Krishna Radhe Jai Radhe Jai Radhe Jai Radhe Radha Kala Chandi Jai Radhe Bolo Jai Radhe Jai Radhe Radha Kala Chandi Jai Radhe Oh Jai Radhe Jai Radhe Radha Kala Chandi Jai Radhe Bolo Jai Jai Shri Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe Kala Chandi 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 Radhe Jai Radhe Jai Radhe Jai Shri Kala Chandi Jai Radhe Jai Radhe Jai Radhe Radha Kala Chandi Jai Radhe Jai Radhe Jai Radhe Radha Kala Chandi Jai Radhe Jai Radhe Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ramo 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo.